Would have been, could have been. Worse than anyone would ever know. But anyways, I'm gonna play some video games. Specifically this one. Alright. The age-old question. What the hell was I doing last time? Over here at Venus. There's pirates about. And in about a couple of months, Hegemony's gonna be like, yo, why you so profitable? Should have those guys handled. I do also have everything I need to handle pirates. Just have to figure out where their base is. Now, I have had some time to think. Which, usually my ideas aren't great, but... well, I was thinking... I took hull restoration off. That was not last stream, but before last stream. But I only went and fought some remnants last stream. And there was notably worse performance than we usually do. I'm starting to think it might be because of the 15% maximum combat readiness that we get out of hull restoration normally. I didn't have it that time. Which could explain why the ships perform worse. All these guys have combat endurance on them, which does give them more combat readiness. Even the AI core. So the ones who do have it have 85% combat readiness, and everyone else has 70. God, if it's this screen where you can look at it. Yeah, it is. So at 85% bonus, you get a plus 5% to speed, negative 5% to damage taken, plus 5% to damage dealt, negative 5% to fighter refit time, excellent auto-fire accuracy, and no malfunction risk. Now, all those numbers get bumped up to 10 if you have 100%, which doesn't seem like a huge amount, but that applies to basically every ship. In the sense of the ones with the officers with combat endurance would get a 10% bonus, and the ones that would normally have no bonus instead to get 5%. That's for every single ship. Thing is though, if I want to go back to hull restoration, gonna have to get rid of some of these combat skills. Could get rid of tech skills, but I think those are a bit more valuable. Once again, reassign some skills. So get rid of missile spec, which will make the mines worse on the flagship because they do get affected by missile bonuses. Well, most of them. So I'll get less damage from the missiles, less hit points to the missiles, less rate of fire, and ammo regeneration, which for that one doesn't apply to either the system or the built-in missiles I have on the Doom. So, they're kinda worse, but not that much worse. Need to stick 2 back in here. So how about polarized armor? They can get some bonus out of cybernetic augmentation with that. And also, I actually do use the armor on the Doom relatively often. Target analysis is just a bunch of free damage, so I kinda want to keep it. Damage control also is kinda nice. Really, it's between impact mitigation, damage control, and target analysis. Field modulation is kind of a big deal. Although, looking at the numbers, 25% less flux generated by phase cloak. Fire dissipation while shields are active does not apply. Phase cloak cooldown does kind of apply quite often with how often I phase back in, vent flux, phase right back out. Or, well, maybe not those maneuvers, but the ones where pop back up and then pop back out. I don't know, phrasing it terribly, but it's kind of important. And also less overload duration doesn't hurt, even though don't think it's possible to overload a phase ship. Maybe it is, but I don't remember, and I'm not about to look it up. Anyway, not getting rid of that one. Combat endurance, also not getting rid of it, or helmsmanship. But I still need to get rid of 2 of these. Less armor damage taken, less weapon and engine damage taken, more maneuverability. It's also kinda nice. %20 more damage is pretty damn significant. And also more weapon and engine damage is pretty nice. I'll keep damage control, which I guess means that I should get rid of the other 2. And 1 industry skill to pick up. Don't think bulk transport would be worth it. Don't get a huge bonus for anything but personnel capacity, which don't really need that one. And burn level to all non-militarized civilian grade ships doesn't really apply to me because I've militarized everything. More resources and battle salvage is not really important. More effective industry also doesn't really matter because I put AI in charge of all the planets. That leaves containment procedures and makeshift equipment. 18% less supplies used. Try to add up to I don't know. Somewhere around 80 or 90%, or not percent, 80 or 90 less supplies per month or something. Not sure I'm reading that right. The other one is less crew loss to the hull damage. which would actually not be too bad, considering how much I have had to resupply the crew. And also less fuel consumption, which is also kind of relevant. And also being able to use the emergency burn without the massive downside of lowering combat readiness. So I'm thinking this one. And hull restoration. Not getting quite as much bonus out of cybernetic augmentation, but I'm sure the extra combat readiness for everyone in the fleet will make up for it. Too bad I can't also fit crew training in here, but whatever. Don't have to worry about taking out the D-mods anymore. That'll take care of itself. Do have room for a couple of more ships. If I wanted them. Oh yeah. I remember trying to make one of the champions work with threat-related hull mods. And I remember not being very impressed with it, and not having any way to really make it better. Which, as it turns out, I've got Fragment Swarm, but I should have more than that. Not sure what the best way to exactly explain it, but I should have the Fragment Swarm, a second generator, and a Fragment Coordinator available, and I think one other one. But for whatever reason I only have Fragment Swarm. Which, as it turns out, not enough. Actually, there is a way I could show it off. Go over to another save file I have. Go over to you. Go over here. Got the Fragment Swarm, but I've also got Fragment Coordinator and the Secondary Fabricator, which, for seemingly no reason, I do not have access to on that other save file. As those two things should be automatically unlocked when you get the Threat Processing Unit for this one, and the Fragment Fabricator for the other one. But for some reason I only have access to this Fragment Swarm. So, I tried looking up the issue. I didn't quite seem to find any fix for it other than install the mod that lets you have access to console commands and then poke around in it until I find a way to get only the mods that I need and nothing else. Which theoretically I should have access to everything, so I could just be like, hey, give me everything, but not entirely sure that it would only give me the stuff I'm supposed to have, and not just literally everything. I'm just not really gonna use any fragment related stuff for this playthrough. Whatever. Could bring back the towel and the mitt. If I wanted to. I think I remember taking those out for a good reason. Whatever that reason was. Could print some other stuff, but I'm really not sure what else would fit in this fleet. Having a couple more frigates might be worth it. I've already got plenty of big ships and cruisers. Don't really like destroyers all that much. The only thing I really use the frigates for is, well, obligatory monitors, which I think like I've got enough of those as is. The only other thing would be more Tempest, which is mostly just for chasing down fleets that I've already defeated, which don't think I need that much help with. I'll just leave it as is. Trying to think of what else I might need to change, and I can't think of anything, which is probably a sign of I don't have to worry about it. Bunch of different things happening at the bar. Start with this one. Approach a spacer and offer to buy him something more palatable. Oh, hey there, Foxworth. How you doing? Got the location of the pirate base. Just what I wanted to know. Rakish men at the end of the bar. I think that's usually a mission to go deploy something. Deliver an item to a specific location in Beta Bola. No thanks. Flashily dressed woman. Look like you know your way through a jump point. Know the location of a Kite S blueprint. You know what? Sure. Doing good. Had a wonderful day so far. It's good to hear. Everyone could use a few more good days. I don't mean that in a weirdly ominous way, I just mean things kinda suck recently. So anything good is just good. Or gooder more often. Vote for me. Anyway, how was I doing? Alright, talking to the people at the bar. Shadowy booth with the woman with the perfect posture. Known to my organization as a capable and discreet operative. Not sure discreet is the right word. Wants me to go set up a spy satellite over near Kodal. Not for that pay. Might have to hit you up on that one. Not because I need it necessarily, but could use some more socialization. You know, be a little bit less robotic. Got a bad habit of just following the flowchart. Gotta break out of that. Alright. So nothing's gonna explode just yet. But I do have a pirate base to go take out. They're over here. Let's start with that. Remind myself, no one is super happy with me other than the independents. That said, most people aren't actively hostile with me other than the usual suspects and the diktat. So I should probably keep trying to get that reputation up. Not that I don't think I can take him on, I'm just thinking less distractions the better. And also the more positive relations, the more trade profit. Dude over there. Is that the pirate base? It is. Ooh, they've got a fancy high-tech station. Blow it up. Send in the steak and a mint. And I'll pilot the telephone killer key. Let the two Odysseys take on the station. I'll get rid of the rest of these guys. Not sure what that guy's doing. Don't think he knew either. probably could have done that with just one Odyssey, but got it done faster. Pirate base is gone, and somehow that has delayed the hegemony by a little bit. Got plenty of, well, I could have more supplies, but it's a good enough amount. Got nearly maximum amount of crew. I think it's time for another one of those jaunts into the abyss. Could also go do some bounty hunting, but I think I remember I did a whole bunch of that last time. Don't get paid as much for the space horrors, but they are a lot more fun. Good thing I don't have to worry about morale. Think with the way I like the pilot, we'd go through a lot of rum. Like, a fucking shitload. It's a pretty red looking one. So, no, I don't get terribly much out of these fights other than shrouded substrate. I don't really need all that many more dweller weapons. I think that's what they're called. Let's go with a small one. Got an eyeball, maelstrom, bunch of tendrils. Go in with the doom. Bring in serial number, the conquest, cork, mixtape, and metal pipe. So, I should probably focus on the eyeball. Short of someone getting isolated, that's where all the damage is gonna come from. Right? Big problem down. We're already onto the cleanup. Well, kind of funny to think that using the Hungering Rifts makes these fights harder. That sure as hell didn't stop me from taking out the tier 3 version of this fight. Not very many of them left. Maybe I should have gone for a higher tier. Near flawless victory. 2 crew lost. Think about it. Although I don't need money terribly much right now, farming the shredded dweller so that I can trade stuff into Tritachyon might be something I have to consider for a future playthrough. Way off the map now. I wanna start heading back now. Pings all over the place. Looking a little red. Nah, I think that's a normal one. It was. There's a rogue planet. Let's get some frat action up in here. Derelict Shrike. Solvers perform an orderly breach under the supervision of your ops chief, identifying and disabling several custom-rigged defensive measures. This is a ship of mercenary adventurers crewed by a colorful mix of distinct personalities, from worlds representative of a broad swath of the Persian sector. The captain was a former officer who found himself on the losing side of a minor rebellion out of the Persian League. The pilot, a racer-turned-smuggler, recovered from stim addiction. Former Tic-Tac, gone renegade. Present at the massacre of scion of an eventide officer family. Overbearing mother, disowned after. The engineer, the armor, the navigator. All relevant details. You skim the report faster. Can't imagine how they managed to work together. It doesn't matter. They're all dead now. Rocky Little Ice World. Perseus 1CA0-B08P. What a nice name. Let's give this a quick save. Just because I know how rough these guys can be. One fabricator, and a small fleet supporting it. We'll take this one. First strike. This one, serial number. Bring in stick, mint, mixtape, metal pipe, melting point. Maybe not melting point. Fruit fly, forget me not, dark matters, and via occupant. Stick to the strategy that worked against the bigger fleet. It should definitely work against the smaller fleet. Capture all the points, blow up all their ships, take out the fabricator once it doesn't have quite so many things guarding it. There's the fabricator. He's got one hive unit. Right now he's in front, but he'll invariably move behind him. They've got a bunch of overseers. I'm thinking this side's got it handled, because both the Odysseys are there. So I'll go over the other way. Couple of assault units there. Serial number right behind me. For those to go right behind the line unit. Now. Measure some of these unbuilt systems. Some damage, but they're not down. Odysseys are taking some hits. Good PD on that. At least I got some of the reconstruction fleet. Still a bunch of overseers and a bunch of line units now. Still needed one hive unit. Engines are out. Big part of why I didn't want to give up on the, whatever it was called. The one that increases repair speed on disabled weapons and shit like that. Also, one of the Anubises got taken out. Now it's time for melting point. Fabricators right there. But I'm gonna go back up the serial number. Construction swarms. Lay a minefield in their path. these overseers. Mostly EMP damage, but still gonna take me out and make me drift into the way. More overseers than last time. Making an assault unit, they've only got one line unit. Haven't made any extra hive units. Got them more or less surrounded. Just have to keep it up. That got the rest of it. All units are being a problem though. Slamming right into the monitors. And have accomplished his goal of distracting us, but at least he's down. Fewer and fewer of them. Fabricators out of combat readiness. Feel like you're not supposed to see these enemy ships yet. Well, they're kind of one of those, you know, horrors from beyond the abyss kind of things. But don't worry, you'll get to them eventually. Or the other way around. Well, maybe not a current patch, but one of those. Not sure what the right term is, but the lore-wise, these guys are definitely going to be a problem. Oh hey, we can actually take out the hive unit. Do it. Fabricator 2. tip I'd give is, if there's a fabricator, that's the goal. If there isn't, count yourself lucky. Nearly took out that Tempest. Speaking of, surprised he survived that fight. Relatively few losses. Oh hey, I was just complaining about how I didn't have those. Problem solved. Got some other stuff. I might have to drag those champions out of retirement. But first, let's see if there's any other of those around here. Here's one. Another first strike. Shake it up a bit. Go with turmeric, dill, the tab, the cork. I'll pilot the telephone killer key rather than the doom. Then melting point, marker, and melon. More or less the same plan as last time, except this time I do not have the slow-mo button. Assault unit is just sitting there. Probably go for him. Downside of not piloting the Doom for this one is they're going to be getting a lot more of those reconstruction swarms getting back to the fabricator. How'd the melon explode? Actually, that is a genuinely good question. What exactly is it about the Fred that makes the Anubis so much more likely to explode and die violently? I'd have to do one of these fights without deploying myself and just observe. the Omega weapons definitely do a good job against these guys. Got a lot of smaller stuff deployed compared to last time. Pressuring all the Anubises over there. And again, there's also all these guys right here. Not sure if it's a good idea to move away. Kinda wanna go reinforce them. Fuck it, we ball. Must shepherd the meatballs. And while I was looking away, the conquest got fucked. God damn it. Send in more small stuff. Maybe not the metal pipe though. Send away metal pipe and marker. They're kinda banged up. Tumeric's going for it. Don't think he's gonna get the fabricator, but he might get the hive unit. Dealing with the assault unit there. I'll back him up. was nearly bad. Both the Anubises retreated. Got enough points for serial number. This might be a problem. Crisis averted. Not sure how we ended up being all here behind the fabrication unit, but we are. And we're not gonna leave so easily. Combat readiness is about to start decreasing. I think I'll go take out the two overseers over here by the dill. Serial number's already putting the pound on top of the fabricator. There goes my engines. Let's get this done. Left to run to. Alright. Quite a few more casualties than the last time. Thinking conquest might not be the choice to pick for this kind of fight. One more. Give myself a little time for the fleet to repair. Could leave the serial number out. Let's go in with the Doom, 3 Odysseys, maybe the Cork. Kinda low combat readiness though. I'm thinking I'll go with the more boring option. I'm gonna go have a piss break. Be right back. Alright, I'm back with more funny juice. Stuff that makes me make interesting decisions. Interesting with a few quotation marks around it. Anyways. So, got a couple of banged up ships, but just get right to it. It's just the first strike. There's just a small amount of horrific existential threat. Very apt to name. Let's try with more big stuff. Get so many supplies and fuel from doing these fights that there's no reason not to full deploy. Everyone's going 45 degrees, might as well do the same. Really do dislike how precise I have to be with the mines against the construction swarms. It's the same thing with these guys. They look a lot bigger than they actually are, as far as the hitbox is concerned. Anyways. Got a few skirmisher units. 1 line unit, an assault. Wait, 2 assaults? 3, actually. Just kind of stacked on top of each other. 5 unit and 1 overseer. Those guys move fast. The line unit's getting roughed up real good. I've just gotta deal with these assault units. There goes most of my armor. But he's overloaded. Merrick, what the fuck are you doing? God damn it. No way I'm getting there in time, but I'm gonna try anyways. Got like none of those construction swarms. A lot of incoming fire. Surprisingly, got here before he got blown up. Should be able to handle those skirmisher units. He EMP'd the shit, however, but at least he doesn't have any slugs. Monitor disabled. Good thing I've got spare. Stick is kinda beat up. Doesn't seem to be in a bad position. Serial number's doing its thing. Think everything's going well enough. Just have to prevent Turmeric from heroically dying again. It's got a weird habit of doing that. He's got a flame out. Just dump everything right on top of him. We're right behind him. Same difference. frontal armor. Thank you, Overseer Unit. Oh jeez. Is there more of them every time I look? Hopefully that takes him out. Not quite. Finish the job. Tumeric's still alive, but he's trying really hard not to be. Not on my watch. Fabricator's down. That's most of the problems. Now the rest of the problems. There we go. 70 crew. Got 4 back. Victory after victory, and less people to enjoy them. Also, I'm carrying way too much shit. Fix that. Okay. Better get back to my planet before, you know, Hegemony shows up and goes, "Fuck you, stop using AI." Which on the one hand, understandable, on the other hand, that's how I make my money, so no. Pirate raids. And also some bounties. It's a double bounty over in the magic system. Not really worried about money though. I could get some Tritachyon rep. Don't care so much about the independent rep. "16 days until departure, 88 days until arrival." once again have to deal with pirates rather than hegemony. Assembling in Gamma Guerrillas, or Guerrillas. Do have a couple of gates that are nearby. Not sure if I can get there before they leave, however. Oh hey, investigators. Usual thing of power down everything and let us do what we want. No thanks. I'll go with the telephone killer key again. Only got 160 points, so that means they've got more dudes than I got dudes. Maybe I should capture this first point and send in a couple of monitors. Not quite enough to get the Tempest in there too. That's fine. They've got a Grendel. 2 Grendels. Overloaded. Couldn't quite get away from those missiles. There goes the paper thin armor I had. There is a lot of them. Turmeric's getting into a shit position once again. It's gotta be more than coincidence. Do I accidentally have an aggressive pilot in there? rid of the small stuff first. Work our way up. Everyone's in a half-decent position. Nothing to worry about. Just keep ramming right into this... What is it again? Enforcer. There he goes. The Odysseys are slowly chomping down on the eagles up there, and that Dominator. I just gotta keep these guys distracted over here. Legion and the Grendel are focused on the monitor. Let's take out this eagle. Don't mind me just spinning by. that's that. No ship losses, but three crew down. Probably from my ship. All they've got left is logistic ships. Send in the small stuff. They got all of it. I feel like this ring system is not quite like it should be. Not sure what it is about it, but it just doesn't seem right. Right. One thing I haven't considered is I've got all this money. Also got a couple more planets around here that I could be inhabiting, which would speed up the colony crisis bar, which I kind of want right now. Mostly because I want to fight the hegemony. So what's in system that I want to use? Two of them have no atmosphere. One has a fin atmosphere. Probably not going to make use of that one. The one that's hot, I can stick the cryo engine that I have. Although, many of the existing ones I have could make use of it. No, because neither of them are warm or hot. Well, hot or extra hot. That's the two ones. So I'm thinking this planet. 175% hazard. Very rich ore deposits. Not so rich rare ore deposits. No atmosphere. Hot. Although that last one doesn't really matter. I've already got the one HQ set up. Having a second HQ I don't think is worth the extra cost, but got enough money to afford it. I could do it anyway, just because I can. What else do I have? Got a nano forge, but any of those extra planets I have could have one. Mantle borer, same deal. Catalytic core would require a no oxygen or no atmosphere planet, which is 2 out of 3 of them. Soil nanites can make use of. Fullerene spool can use on the 2 that have no atmosphere. The one that does have the fin atmosphere I wouldn't be able to use it on because of the tectonic activity, I'm pretty sure. It's the only really important item I have that I'm not making use of right now is the Dealmaker holosuit. So I'd probably make mining, heavy industry, refining, and then a commerce sector. Might as well. Got enough people on board right now. Let's go colonize that planet. Let's roll the dice on what to name it. Add a second L to this. Amarillo. That's our planet. And like the other ones, the AI is in charge. The only difference is this time it's from the start. Although I am gonna have to go get myself some more AI cores. If I want everything to be an alpha on this one too. First things first, build all of this stuff. And after that, not sure if I want mining, refining, or heavy industry first. Or, yeah, I was looking at fuel production instead. I could set one of those up, but I'd have to go source another synchrotron core if I want to make full use of it. I know there's one I could grab from the hegemony. There's also one I could grab from the Persian League. One's probably enough. Don't want to build the the reputation back up. Let's go for refining. Oh hey, more investigators. Should probably go deal with those. They're fucking around with the Luddic Church Faithful convoy. Just interrupt that. No. They've got a lot more enforcers in this fleet than they had last time. But unlike last time, I'm not in a fury. I'm in a doom. Let's see how it goes for him. they're shooting down the mines pretty good. Not gonna be quite the stomped I hope it would be, but I've got more points, so I can send in more dudes. Dill always seems to get into trouble. Or was it the turmeric? I think it was the turmeric. Dill. Most of your stuff is right here in the middle. Mainly the Legion, the other Legion, Dominator, and all the other crap they have. Probably just stick around and take out the Legions. I am particularly well equipped for dealing with that kind of threat. Especially since they don't have any point defense directly on their ass. Took out that first Legion. No sign of one of those onslaughts. No, wait. Did they even have onslaughts? I don't remember. Know that there were 2 big ships, which, now that I think about it for more than 2 seconds, was probably the 2 Legions. So if they don't have any onslaughts, this should be pretty easy. got a bunch of dominators and a bunch of enforcers. Just in between the points. Not really guarding anything. Just worry about the small stuff. And by the time all that's cleared out, just have to worry about the dominators. They're not going anywhere anytime soon. On account of being slow as hell. That Falcon is running for dear life. Would be a shame if I give a kill order for this Odyssey right here. It's all yours, dude. Dominators. And the last of their enforcers. I may have overestimated those. Wonder if he'll actually manage to get the kill before we get there. It's not like the Dill's got too much direct firepower. Mostly just has EMP. Maybe I should change that. Then again, it's not the Dill that's got issues with getting into stupid situations. It's the turmeric. Sweep up the small stuff. -14 with the hegemony now. I'm gonna pin this bounty. Partially because I want to keep increasing my reputation with the people who hate me. Partially because I think taking on 5 executors would probably be pretty fun. Big fat target. Not quite as slow as a Pegasus. But also not quite as lethal. What the heck happened to my extra machinery? still costs more from the market with an excess, compared to just grabbing it from stockpiles. Surprisingly little in the stockpiles. Also, it's 150 per. This one is 121. So I was wrong. I'll grab a few. Alright, so I did mention earlier, maybe I'll take these last couple of champions out of retirement. Let's start with one, the prototype. Get rid of all that. Give him Fragment Swarm, Secondary Fabricator, and a Fragment Coordinator. Give him a Swarm Launcher, here's the other stuff. Somewhere up there. Still only have the one Void Blaster. Figured to have more than one by now, but nope. Keep the auto pulse in the middle. Got a couple of voltaic discharges, a couple little voltaic cannons. With the current setup it has, it's probably going to spend most of its time just sitting in the back. Let's give it some more range. And some better shields. Not sure if I should replace a thumper with anything. Maybe an auto lance. Shit. Meant to click weapons groups, not undo. I have to do all that shit again. Do it faster. Something else that's stuck on here, but I don't remember. Oh, right. Fragment swarms and all that stuff. How could I forget? Very easily, as it turns out. Okay, test this shit out. 25 points worth, 2 S mods, no officer. Let's go against something similar. Definitely not the same. Probably switch some of those vents or capacitors over to vents. Just from looking at that flux bar. Definitely wins that 1v1. Okay, how about something a little bit more challenging? Like say... don't think this would be more challenging, but it definitely would be more aggressive. So maybe more challenging. Let's see. Rip them apart in like 2 seconds. Okay, what else can we try? How about an apex? Seems like a much more even fight so far. Don't know why those fragment clouds are standing so far back compared to other ships. Guess it was to my side's benefit for maintaining pressure for longer. Definitely has some flux problems. won the fight. Not much frontal armor left over after it. Still get more of stabilized shield than I could do out of just vents. Because it's 9 points, but it reduces the flux per second by 110. Which is more than 9 points would give me. Even if it only counts for the shield. We'll give it a go. I don't have another Void Blaster, so I can't mirror this loadout on another one, but I will equip the other one very similarly. Keep 2 IR auto lances, 2 voltaic cannons. We'll take discharges. Definitely wish I had not stuck the flux distributors on there. Although I think I could just order myself a couple of new champions and then just scuttle these ones. That being said, if I left out the expanded mag, which 2 would I take? Fragment Swarm itself is probably not a good idea because it reduces the combat readiness by 20% and also increases the maintenance cost. It's a pretty steep downside. Fragment Coordinator would increase the ship or the size of the fragment swarm by a further 40%. It itself increases it by 60%. Although, that's just the maximum. Might still be worth it. Then the secondary fabricator, S-mod bonus increases the fragment replacement rate by a further 20%. So it would go from 30% to 50%. So having both of these S-modded would kinda synergize in a way. Because the replacement rate would go up by more, and the total amount of fragments would go up by more. I'm not sure if this already uses the maximum amount of fragments. Right, stabilize shields. Which I'm still not sure if that would actually be better. These aren't gonna have an officer on board. Maybe having just straight fence would be better, because it applies if the shield is up or if the shield is down, as opposed to the other one which only applies when the shield is up. Let's give it a go. Send it against an apex. This time, keep an eye on the amount of fragment swarms on the bottom left. just above the active performance remaining time. Or peak active performance. That's the full name. Overloaded him. Despite not having the Void Blaster, does seem to be getting a lot of damage done to him. Not sure why he keeps retargeting. It makes it hard to keep track of the enemy ship. Arguably, he's doing a lot better than the other one was. He lost a bunch of the frontal armor, but lost less of the hull. Also, at no point did he max out the amount of fragment swarms. What's he sending the fragment swarms after? Heck's going on over there? Not sure. Maybe the Terminator drones leaving the battlefield? Yeah, probably. How about 2-on-2? See how it goes. Maybe I should have deployed the other one before, because it's gonna be a 1v2 until the other one catches up. But how bad could it be? Bad as it turns out. Still hanging in there pretty good. As soon as the reinforcements finally show up, should be a much more even fight. One Apex down. One champion nearly down. He's overloaded, but will he go down? Doesn't seem like it. He survived. The other one went in. Now there's little fragment swarms flying all over the place. So the Void Blaster definitely seems to reduce capability in a 1v1, but that's mostly just because of overfluxing. Not that there's anything necessarily wrong with the Void Blaster. But I'm thinking stick another auto lance on here anyway. Give it some more flux dissipation. Alright. Let's give these some new names. This one's gonna be Chunk. And the other one is gonna be Mass. Chunk and Mass. Anyone else need a name? But we start with getting rid of the ISS part of the Telefunkeliki. Keeping the name though. I like that song. Two other monitors that needed a name. I already got the Forget-Me-Not. How about the Sun Don't Shine? And could be worse. Probably not great names, but that's the names I gave him. Just kind of have to live with it. Let's just make things consistent. So I'm thinking Dill here's got the Reality Disruptor, which itself does basically no damage. Does do a shit ton of EMP damage. So how about I give it some actual firepower? Give it a Giga Cannon. For the memes. Give it a quick test run against a Nova. nothing because of how few shields it has. Relative to total mass of Starship. I'm still thinking Giga Cannon has not very good DPS, even if it's surprisingly good against armor. Because it fires so goddamn slow. It definitely got the job done. How about the same thing against an onslaught? Should be a lot more return fire anyway. Or maybe not. Disabling the shit out of that ship, so we basically can't really fight back. Wonder if I shouldn't have something more high DPS, like a plasma cannon. Tachyon Lance would just be more EMP damage, so I don't need that. High intensity laser wouldn't be super great because wouldn't have any hard flux damage. Auto pulse is just kind of worse than the plasma cannon without the expanded mags. Seems like the answer is pretty clear. Let's see if it's as good as I think it's gonna be. Dissipation that he's basically on zero most of the time. Sure is a shame that the Odyssey doesn't have any medium energy slots, rather than a big pile of light energy and then a couple of medium missiles. armor he wasn't directly attacking was getting slowly boiled away. Not entirely sure if I want to change anything though. Because having a ship that's really good at locking down enemies is pretty good when you've got allies around. But in case this thing ever ends up in like a 1v3 situation, it'll be pretty good at stalling, not so good at equalizing the board. Could give it some Sarissas. Let's go helmsmanship, field modulation, energy weapon mastery, combat endurance, and systems expertise. But a proxy charge launcher. Just one though. Do the same fight. See if it goes any faster. Definitely seems to be killing it faster. Still managed to lose a whole group of the Sarissas. Then again, onslaughts do have a good amount of point defense. Let's retry the test on the Nova. Went pretty easy last time. I just kind of want to know if it's going to be just as easy. Making me wonder if I shouldn't stick Sarissas on all of these. But this one's the only one that doesn't have some other source of EMP. The stick, that is. Maybe I keep a bunch of Ziphos on this one. And the other ones that do have a source of EMP, I stick one Sarissa, then boost up the capacitors. Turmeric is the one that keeps getting into dumb situations. But they're all aggressive pilots, or officers. Why does this one always seems to get caught out? It's got shield conversion front and stabilized shield built in. Accelerated shields, accelerated thrusters, ITU, hardened shields. They're all a little bit different though, so it's not exactly a one-to-one comparison. Write it down. Not sure what, but it has been written down. Would a tachyon lance be better than an abyssal glare? Damage per second 500, EMP DPS 1000 versus damage per second 346, EMP damage 1500. So that's just EMP damage, not EMP DPS. The flux to non-EMP damage is higher on this one, or I should say lower, which is technically better. Flux per second is a little bit higher. There is the special bonus of reduces explosions that deal up to 100 points of energy damage to all nearby targets, including the one being hit by the beam. Then tachyon lance also has more range. This one's continuous, this one's a burst. So hard to choose. Let's give it a test run. Put it up against a radiant. How does it do? Keep in mind, the Radiant's got 2 S-mods. It's a 60 versus 40 deployment point. Kinda losing the flux fight. But the Reapers can't get in. This kinda looks like it's slowly losing so far. But he's making it last. Reset back to 0. It's a little bit bit of EMP damage in whenever he does a phase shift, or whatever the name of it is for that system. Here he is. Phase skim. That's what it's called. He's keeping him at bay, but he's not really winning. Flux is pretty high. This isn't really the typical Radiant though. It's got 4 auto pulses and a plasma. Most of the ones I run into tend to have like a bunch of tachyons. Kinda wasting the ammo on the auto pulse shooting down the Sarissas. Although, waste might not be the right word for it. I'm gonna go ahead and call this a stalemate. Can we change anything to turn this stalemate into a victory? Could do the immediate comparison of what if a tachyon lands instead against the same target. Does it work better? Does it work worse? Or ignore the T in that word. Building up more of his soft flux. Can't really punish him while he's phase skimming though. Not like the Abyssal Glare could. Although, I say punish, he was getting very small amounts of damage on him. Did get it that time though. Flux is getting pretty high. It kind of just seems like a somewhat similar performance, but he's building up more of his flux bar. even if it's not hard flux. I'll let it go for a little bit longer. Then I'm thinking I'm gonna try the plasma cannon instead. Go ahead and say it's roughly equivalent performance to the Abyssal Glare, which, considering the Abyssal Glare is 5 points more, might reflect poorly on that weapon. But now, the Plasma Cannon. Should have probably been looking at what S-mods the opposing ship has had. So if it picks good ones, it's probably gonna be pretty significant. This one's got expanded mags, hardened shields, and flux distributor. Building up the flux pretty hard, but he's also been building up his flux much harder than the other ones, that is. Although, not sure if the other two had expanded mags on them too, because it does definitely make the auto pulses a lot stronger for sustained. Flux is being built up a lot higher on both sides, is what I'm finding so far. So it's still kind of just a stalemate. With the plasma cannon, it seems to be on the back foot a lot more often. Mostly just because of the range difference. Closest he got to getting some damage on him, and instead he took damage. Okay, seen enough. Pick the Abyssal Glare right back on there. I'll keep the Sarissas. And as for this thing getting into triple damage more often in fights, I'll just say it's probably a fluke. Just total coincidence that this guy gets in trouble so much more often. Feel like the Anubises also kinda go down often, but brain power has been expended already. I'll fix those ones next time. Oh hey. Ever would like to get out of the life. Except 7,600 units of ore needs to go over to Chico. No thanks. Have her base over in Beta Kestrel. Days until departure, 74 days until arrival. Got plenty of time before the pirates show up. That being said, I should probably still try to fight them before they get into system. But 74 days is plenty of time before they get here anyway. Beta Kestrel, closest system is over here at Mokosh. Or is it Bal? Whichever one, I'm going over there. But before I do that, it's time for another piss break. Be right back. And I'm back. Hope you didn't miss me too much. Right. We're gonna take the gate over to here. Not gonna cost too much fuel. And it was over at Beta Kestrel. Your base is somewhere around here. Just have to go find it. Oh, well, we're already over here. Any bounties? One dude up over there. Not worth terribly much though. Pirate base. Also not worth very much. That one dude from the Syndrian Dictat. It's right around a time of year where all the slipstreams change too. I'll wait until they reestablish, and if they're looking right, I might just ride the slipstream back to the base. Maybe go take out that bounty while I'm at it. Otherwise, well, the gate's right there. There's the Paffer base, along with the Paffers. Let's upgrade the spaceport. Not sure why the machinery always seems to be going down faster than it should. I'm sure it's fine. Grab us some free, quotation marks, supplies. And then blow up the base. Send in the chunk and the mass. I'll go in with the Telefunkeliki. Then the turmeric and the dill. Should be enough. Just dodge some bullets for a bit. Same plan as last time. I'll worry about all the small stuff. Let everyone else worry about the station. this all day. Everything but the station is already dead. Very nice. Now we just have to deal with the rest of it. Seems to be floating around and seemingly no pattern. But I'm sure he's got his reasons. Well done. Where the crew lost. Not sure how that happened. Took like no hull damage. Maybe there was some armor damage. Not on my ship though. Right, athletic cells down. Still waiting on the slipstreams. Well, they're not up, so might as well go for the gate. Actually, just remembered it was that kite blueprint I got. Somewhere in the more Figaro system. Not terribly descriptive. Although, since I'm thinking about bounties, I have a gate anywhere near the random nebula. You're a gas giant in a system with an orange primary star in the Uranium Nebula. They're both orange. It's gotta be a gas giant next to one of them. It could be Fallows. It could be... Nah, just Fallows. There is a gate here. It does say it's active. And so that's where we're going. There they are. Which capital do I want? There's gonna be 5 executors, so I should probably go with the bottle. Be miserable to fight those with a fury. Other than that, send in some big stuff, some small stuff, and a metal pipe. Most of their ships are going over to the right. It might feel unrelated, but I really do like gas giants. Hell, the backgrounds I've got on my PC for like the past 5 or 6 years now. Just been pictures of Saturn. Some pretty Archer at Saturn. Memory sucks, but well, definitely know it's one of 2 options. Thinking more about it, it's definitely Saturn. It's got them rings. I do also like onion rings. Not the same, I know, but it reminds me of them. unfortunate time to overload. That guy's as good as dead. Perfect timing. That's 2 executors right over there. Once again, the turmeric is surrounded. How does this keep happening? The mint doesn't have terribly much around them, but backup's not far away. Stick is over there for some reason. Go back up to Merrick. Maybe just blow up this hammerhead as a treat. Oh, hey, a sunder. Love me some sunder. Everyone else doing good? Seems like it. Definitely starting to get the feeling I should order the monitors to just hang around some of the Odysseys. Probably help the survival rate of both of them. That being said, even if the monitors get taken out, it's not a huge loss. It's like what? 20 crew and a little bit of time fixing any potential demods. That's about it. Mint seems to be winning the fight. Although, two other executors approaching his location. I should probably go help. I think he's fast enough to stay away from him, it's just as long as he stays away from him. The Unshaken. Which seems like a pretty bad name for a ship that's about to get blown the fuck up. Is down. So the Nundia there is getting absolutely slapped. Got the Tenacious and Kamitur Anos. Probably not pronouncing that right, but it's not gonna matter in about 5 minutes. Let's see if that hits. It does. That should do it. Fight's just about over. And now it's over. Still lost 30 crew. Got that bounty done. Do I want to replace any officers? Not really. The only one that doesn't have field modulation is the one that can get away with not having field modulation. Although, ballistic mastery really doesn't do anything for him. Now for the administrators, you can just kind of leave them unassigned. The officers doesn't quite seem to work that way. So if I want to take a chance on this guy, gotta get rid of that other officer. Which will reduce the effectiveness of that ship up until I get him leveled up again. I'm gonna have to spend another 2 story points to get those 2 skills back. But maybe it'll be worth it. Maybe. Give it a chance. I'll keep him on aggressive. For now. Okay. 52 days until the pirates get to my colonies, which is still a decent amount of time. There's no attractive bounties left. Other than that Persian Lake one, I guess. Over in the Simonimenon system. Adding on your gas giant system with a dwarf primary. Is probably this one. Gas giant. Probably there. Is there a gate anywhere nearby? There's one in Rama. Is it active? It says it's active. Alright, there it is. Not sure why I thought it was over here. Alright. They've got 1 Pegasus, a fuckload of eagles, and a bunch of griffins. honorary mentions to the conquest and the champion there. I'll go in with Telephone Killikey, send in the champions, my own conquest, the mint, and some small stuff. Finding in front of a gas giant again. No big red spot, however. That's the right side of the battlefield cleared out. Fortunately, they're all over in the other side. Should probably take the Pegasus seriously. Mostly because I don't trust the Conquest to not do something goddamn stupid against it and dying for it. So I'll be the front line. You get the damage in. Target down. Let's help out over here. Mostly by being the distraction. Really? You had more than enough flux to absorb that, and you decided, fuck that, I'm gonna take the armor damage. Nitpicking too much. Especially when the enemy AI does so many more stupid things. both overloaded. Oh fuck. Well. Something hubers. Don't worry, I'm not dead. I will repeat those mistakes. Selection. Definitely not just going the path of least resistance. What are these from the Abyssal guys? I forget which one though. Got the Rift Lightning, the Rift Lance, and the Rift Beam. No, some of these are Mega and some of these are Abyssal. But couldn't tell you which one is which. We have a look right over there. Finish with this shit. I think we're done. No wait, one dude left. I think whatever this one here is on the very front, that one is definitely a Abyssal weapon. The rest of them I think are Omega. $270 crew. Seems like way too much, but not about to argue with it. Gonna have to pick up some more dudes at the way I'm going. Nearly out of guys. Okay, now to answer the question. So the Rift Lightning, Shrouded Dweller design type, Rift Beam, this one is Omega, Rift Lance, 2 of them, also Omega. And everything else is just mining lasers. So it's, yeah, mostly Omega. Alright. Any other gates nearby? There's one unactivated one over here. Might as well go activate that. "43 days until the pirate raids get to my colonies. Should have plenty of time." Feel like I'm forgetting something, but other than the colony crisis, there really isn't anything. Didn't see any new bounties pop up. Well, there is that one. Persian League, though. I don't have a bad reputation with them, but it could be better. Which maybe I should mark this one. And the other one. Sound remarkably like Duke Nukem. I'll take it as a compliment. Never played any of his games, but I have watched a lot of videos from... Shoot. Now's a bad time to forget his name. Let me just look that up real quick. Makes a pretty good impression of him. Not Kino Fabino. No wait, yeah, that is the guy. Maybe I should play the games. Make a good impression. If I can do the voice, might as well take advantage of it, right? Didn't pick up any other AI cores. I've only got the 2 other alphas, but I've also got a giant pile of beta cores. Maybe I should stick those in there. At least for the other industries. Spaceport gets the alpha. Space station gets a beta. I have to wait for the other ones to be further along before I can stick anything in there. "31 days until they get here." Probably shouldn't be that worried about it. It's just a pirate raid after all. I can't help but worry. Grab some more dudes. Got already more than enough supply. Bounties available. Most of them are Persian League, so I might as well go for the ones that pay well. This one. Hiding out near a cryovolcanic world in the system of a yellow primary. In the Vecna Nebula. Cryovolcanic, it said. There's only one planet that could be. But is there any gates nearby? One over at MAM. We've only got 30 days to get over there and then get back. But I'm gonna take the risk. Hold on. I see investigators. Gonna kick their ass. This time I'm just gonna observe. Sip some of my drink. Let's see how the squad does. Most of them seem to be going on the right. Stick an engage order on the onslaught. Definitely gonna be losing that point, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Stick is kinda surrounded. I think he'll be fine. Let's keep an eye on him. maybe making better use of his firepower, but since he's distracting so many targets, the other two Odysseys are getting work done. Yeah, it's like you say, they tend to do surprisingly well while surrounded, because they've got so many targets to shoot at. And also all the civos around them attempts to help quite a bit. Like these, what are they called again? Gremlins. They can't really do much, and they've already burned through most of their combat readiness, so they're basically useless now. Anubis doesn't seem to be doing super great. Still bullying the hell out of that aura. Taking more damage than he needs to, but I trust him. Most of the guys that were surrounded the stake are now retreating back over there. We've got both the nav buoy and the sensor jammer, so we've got the speed bonus and the range bonus. They've got the deployment bonus, but I don't think they're going to be making use of it. Tell the stick to take that guy out. Dominators getting flanked hard. There he goes. They're running out of guys. Not sure what that guy's plan was, but it didn't work out for him. That guy around. Fight's done. 160 crew down, however. It's funny to think that I do have that skill that reduces the amount of crew lost in combat due to hull damage. And that's the fleet-wide one. And yet, taking all these losses. 19% less crew lost due to hull damage. I guess it's only 19%. It's not like I can't afford to just get more guys. Which actually I already did. Only short about 200 guys or so. Nothing to worry about. Alright, 25 days until the pirates show up. Check to see if there's a gate closer to this other bounty here, just in case it's faster. Because for this one over there, can take the gate at Mom, head over to Delta Vicna, is where I think it was. This one here, hiding out near a frozen world in a black hole system. So they're up here. Any gate nearby. next one right on Vizuki. Which is a little bit closer. Roughly the same. Two Pegasus, the Conquest, a couple of champions, and some smaller stuff. The other one is kinda similar. Two Conquests rather than two Pegasus. And it does pay more. I'll go for that one. Head on over to... where was it again? Alright. Bomb. That's where it was. Not sure why that wasn't showing on the map. Alright, because it's over here. Only sorta blind, not entirely blind. It's a cryovolcanic world. Just double check that there's no other ones. Head on over there. This is pretty strong as a player-controlled ship, but I find that the AI tends to overuse the instant missile reload, making their missiles run out of damage before they get the chance to for hull damage. I agree on that one. Then there's also the extra downside of a lot of the end game threats, like, you know, Threat, and then the Shrouded Dweller, and the Remnant, tend to have pretty darn strong point defense. Oh hey, there he is. But yeah, the Pegasus is kind of a funny case. It's really strong, but slow as hell, doesn't have all that good defenses. It's all offense, nothing else. Which is probably why it's better as a player ship than an AI ship, because at least you get to pick where you stick your firepower at. But I'd still rather have something a little bit more maneuverable. Just because, well, if you're gonna be taking part in the fight, I'd rather take part for the whole fight, rather than just the opening barrage. Although, there's nothing stopping you from just going from one ship to another ship and then yet another one. Just kind of go from one Pegasus to a second Pegasus to a third Pegasus. Just mag dump after mag dump after mag dump. It could work. Just not quite my style. Speaking of style, let's go with the chunk in the mass. Cork. Turmeric. Small stuff. And that's all for now. Grab the nav buoy and the sensor jammer. Now, the strongest stuff they have is Pegasus and a Conquest. So don't think we're gonna need reinforcements for this one. That being said, I could be wrong. Been wrong before, I'll be wrong again. Okay. There's some mines around the place. Do have a bunch of sunders. Probably get rid of those. That guy's done for. Conquest and Pegasus are right in front of me. Everything else is really not that threatening. At least not for my fleet. Just gonna kinda keep my distance from this main cluster. They're gonna wipe out everything that's nearby, and then we can collapse on the central cluster. Lack of a better term. Didn't even need the Reapers for that one. That guy must have extended shields. Still has a little bit of a gap on his ass, but it's way less than usual. Still managed to stick some damage in there. kind of getting him to waste his munitions right now, but for all I know, he's got expanded missile mags. Or racks, not mags. Totally different. Which, yeah, he does. Integrated targeting unit, expanded magazines, expanded missile racks, hardened shields, ECCM package, extended shields, and ECM. Jeez. Probably should have put some more into capacitors or something. Eh, his loss. Take this guy out. It's a big guy down. Now the rest of them. Energy lasers, or high intensity lasers. Not the worst thing that could be here, but it sure is close. Think about it. What would be worse? Other than Omega weapons, I can't think of much. Void blasters. Tachyon lands. That's about it. Oh hey, they had another conquest. I forgot about that. There he goes. Just one Falcon left. Probably hurry up before your combat readiness starts going down. They got it before I could get to it. Job's done. Okay, that's all done. Unpin this other bounty because don't think I've got the time for it. Head right back over the gate. Should be able to get back there just in time for the pirate raid. Got some Atlas Mark IIs to blow up. Don't want to be late for it. Six days until they get here. Got some more stuff built over here on Amarillo. Nothing much to improve yet. Dump some stuff. Gotta make room for all that loot I'm gonna be getting, right? Giant pile of guns must grow. No, I don't get as much loot if I intercept them out in hyperspace, but makes them a lot easier to... what's the term? Makes it a lot easier to take all of them down before they scatter all over the place. Not sure what that is, but it's moving away. Also, it says the pirates are already at the friggin' system. God damn it. I missed it. They're not over at Venus. What about at Rohar Kadesh? Are they over there? There's some. Get over here, damn it. Let's go in with the funny fleet. Just need the sensor jammers. Nothing else. So far. Just have to keep it up. Overloaded, but at least I'm not punished for it. Unlike this guy. Wow, we already killed everyone. For sure that was gonna last longer. Yeah, whatever. Another pirate armada. Go with a different composition this time. No, pirates are exactly the most exciting dudes to explode. Unless if they come in very apocalyptic amounts. I don't think this quite qualifies. But I'll blow him up all the same. Try to get rid of this guy. Not quite successful. That time was successful. Seems like a real spread out fight. Fight's over. 8 crew. They will be added to the statistic. They've got 13 fleets. Blown up at least 2. Keep looking. Pirate raid is defeated. If you say so. How about these investigators? Definitely much prefer when it's like a rhombus rather than the 2 up there and then 2 slightly closer to me kind of layout. Bullying the enforcers is surprisingly cathartic. Not terribly many targets left on the field. Go deal with the Defiant over there. Anyone left? Answer is no. We lost the Tempest though. Dang. So much salvage to go around. And the pirates aren't quite done with. Although, you're definitely on the back foot. Been getting a lot of mileage out of this Fury. It only took me realizing that I actually like to use it before I actually got some use out of it though. It's not super great under AI control. It kind of applies to most ships, doesn't it? Have the option of just turn around and fuck off. There is a nice ability to have. definitely meant to do that. Just one guy left. Can I get to him? No. Dang it. Yep, we got most of them. Okay, shitload of fleets going all over the place. Most of them on my side. Probably don't have to worry about that. You still have that kite blueprint that I never went to go pick up. Not that it's really all that important. Drop off some stuff over at Venus. Then I'll think about if I want to keep going. We're nearly at 5 hours already. Time flies when you're blowing dudes up. Alright. All the stuff's put away. Got plenty of resources. Plenty of dudes. Gonna be a while before I have to worry about the colony crisis again. There's not too many bounties available right now. There are a cluster of them up over here. 2 from the Persian League and 1 from the Hegemony. Frozen World and a black hole system. The Dark Ore Nebula. Only one place that could be. What about the other 2? Frozen World and a black hole system and a Dark Ore Nebula. Gee. That's convenient. What about the other guy? Okay. Now that's just kind of weird, because all 3 of them are near a frozen world and a black hole system in a dark ore nebula. I only see one frozen world. New Pandera. It's basically a 3 for 1, so maybe I go take care of that. Is there a gate nearby? Yes. Over at Vasuki. Okay. We'll go get that done. That'll probably be the last thing we do for the stream. But If it's all 3 bounties at the same time, that might get pretty entertaining. At least for me. Give it a quick save before we get in there. Just in case. Who knows? This might be a really bad idea. There's one of them. From the looks of it, probably shouldn't take all 3 on at the same time if this is what one of them looks like. Shitload of enforcers, 3 legions, and an onslaught. And a few other things. Go in with the bottle, serial number, turmeric, metal pipe, and a couple of monitors. The sun don't shine and the forget-me-not. Points more. Let's bring in Melon. Feel like he never gets to take part of the action. To back up the serial number, but these legions are getting in the way. All they were was a very convenient spot I could drop a shitload of mines in. Preferably somewhere that fighters were flying around so that they could slam right into the mines. Too bad no such place exists. So serial number is just going right the fuck in there. Better back him up. It's an overloaded Legion, I see. Sure would be a shame if it mysteriously exploded. Damn, it exploded. Wonder how that happened. Clean up this guy. Way more aggro than the average hegemony fleet. I guess they're not really hegemony, they're defectors. One guy left in a lasher. Go ahead and claim victory. 6 crew lost. Here's one of 3. One's got the Pegasus and 2 Conquest and so on. Which would be this one. Is worth more than the other one. about I try to make this interesting and take both of them on at the same time? So 3 Pegasus, 3 Conquest, 4 Champions, 1 Griffin, and 3 Eagles. Everything else is smaller. Plus 87% combat XP. Let's see how we do for this one. Bring in the stick in a mint. Bunch of the smaller stuff. And I'll probably deploy the chunk in the mass. Tell them to capture everything. $29 more points. Send in the chunk. Still kind of weird to see fragments floating around and not worrying that they're gonna slam right into me. Got 1 of the Conquest. Bunch of the smaller stuff. Still 2 more Conquest, 3 more Pegasus. Let's start blowing up some stragglers. You're getting annoying. The ever-present high-intensity laser sunder is here. It's being fucking annoying. Engines aren't out, but they're close enough to out. Oh jeez. Things ain't going well. Element to get out. Stick is doing fine, but he's probably not gonna stay fine for long. Get rid of you. He is gone. Lower the monitors. Try to maneuver your way out of that one. Let's just be over here behind your friend's corpse. Well, the armor's gone. How about the rest of it? Speaking of armor being gone, my armor's gone. This might be a problem. So there's way too many friggin' monitors around. I was just saying that the stick was gonna be in trouble. He'll be fine. Our auto lances are really ruining my day. Still not enough to kill you. Die already. Taking a beating. Okay, let's get rid of you. Been more than annoying enough. To shoot down both of my Reapers. Denying me the cathartic finisher. Fleet sure is spread out. Okay. Stop fucking around and start actually getting shit done. Failed to save the monitor. Not gonna fail to kill all these damn hammerheads. deadline is supposed to counter high tech. Don't think they're countering so much as they're drowning me in bodies. I guess it still counts. Tempest is falling apart. Chunk is nearly fucked up. They think they're gonna win the long-term attrition battle. They're wrong. Still got plenty more shit coming in. Send in the turmeric. Send in telephone key. And mixtape. Now, autopilot better not explode my ship. I will be very mad if it does. And send in metal pipe. All the dangerous shit is up over there trying to kill Stick. Not on my watch. Shit, I might be too late. Definitely too late. You're gonna pay for it though. Got too confident again. Love to take the serial number for a spin, but I don't have the neural integrator. Let's beat these fuckers at their own game. Can't say I've got terribly much experience using the Conquest. I'll make it work. Well, was talking shit, and I got proven wrong. Midline definitely does do pretty decent against high tech, especially when they've got the numbers advantage. That being said, maybe still could've won that fight if it was all against all three fleets. Not that I'm gonna reload the save to test it, cause that's gonna take like another half hour. Take what I got. Go activate this gate over at DU. Yeah, definitely glad I put the hull restoration back on here. Less chance of getting demods, and if I do get them, don't have to worry about them for very long. Although, that's really just a secondary bonus. Primary bonus is that 15% more combat readiness. Every single ship I have in my fleet being 5% better all around is pretty damn nice. more than enough fuel to get there. Still kinda feel like going for one more fight. Take on these two subordos. So I have to get him close enough together without the third one. Dang it. Fuck it. We'll go for that one. Stick to the Doom. Definitely better at piloting that one. For backup, let's go with cork, chunk, mass, mixtape, metal pipe, and the fruit fly. Capture everything. Gonna deploy more beat balls. The only super dangerous thing here is the Radiant. That being said, should not underestimate the Brilliance. Especially if they've got Paladins on them. Most of them are over here. You know what? Kill that guy. I trust you. You can do it. $69 more points. 3 meatballs, 2 more monitors. You could hit in on the Radiant. It's only got gravitons, no ions. Should have kept my eye on the flux. $20 more points. Send in the could be worse. Sure I took out that glimmer, but I sure did. Hooray. Darn. Thought I'd be able to cloak back in time, but it was a miscalculation and a half. Frontal armor's gone, but the will to fight remains. As long as I keep the Radiant distracted, I'm sure the rest of my fleet will do just fine. Seems to be the case. Oh shit. Overloaded, I've gotta move in. The boy is saved. And the Radiant's down. My assumption was correct. You know, about take out the radiant and everything else will fall into place. Now I just have to not fuck up and die. Has happened before. Will happen again. I'm sure as hell not gonna let it happen. If I can avoid it. Got more ships over here than over there, but don't think that Brilliant's gonna win in a 2v1. Over to the left I go. Save the meatball. Mission accomplished. I'd say that definitely went better than the last remnant fight I did. And although the stakes weren't quite as high, it also definitely went better than the double bounty fight. Okay, let's get back home. Back to Venus. Don't ask where that few thousand dudes that I picked up last time went. You don't want to know. That being said, always willing to grab some replacements. I'm sure the risk is worth the contract. Alright. Already back where I started the stream. So I'm a little bit richer. And some of the factions like me slightly more. Except the hegemony. But who cares about them? Not me. that's for sure. Anyways, been going long enough. Let me have a look-see. If there's anyone else I'm willing to raid. There's other people playing Starsector, but I'm not terribly familiar with them. I'm not exactly in a risk-taking mood today, so I'm just gonna leave it right here. So anyways, hopefully this was a good stream. I sure felt like it was. But anyways, see ya.